You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Good morning, humans. You can see me sitting right here. Perfect. Just making sure all our eyeballs are on, not daydreaming. You're not asleep. This is real. We were here just barely over 12 hours ago. Welcome to Bout 4 of the Cascadian Clash. Thank you for being here. We are right there. We are ready for roller derby. Both of our teams are ready for roller derby. We got Humboldt Roller Derby on the line facing off against Inland Empire Roller Derby. Again, this is an elimination bout. The team that loses this will be done in the Cascadian Clash, but we appreciate everybody's attempts this afternoon to stay here the longest. You're going to win a special prize if you do. Starting off this jam, we got Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Quiet Riot on the line for Inland Empire. Quiet Riot up in the front, pushing against that pack, trying to get through the top of those three jammers, blowing apart that one, pushing onto the last. Looks like getting it and getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Mad Plow Disease with a star pass to Sugar Rush there. Sugar Rush getting recycled back. Both these teams starting out with just hard, solid walls here, not wanting to give anything away from the very beginning. You could tell. Inland Empire losing Vicious to a stop block there penalty. They're going to be leaving that Inland Empire pack one short. Quiet Riot still in that lead jam position, just bouncing against that wall up in front from Humboldt. What a first jam there. If that's going to set the pace for this whole bout, this is going to be really intense. They're going to be giving away as little points as possible. 4 points on the board for Inland Empire. Humboldt Roller Derby with that star pass in there, but not able to get through on that initial. Right out into the front. Clover kill for Humboldt Roller Derby, picking up that lead jam position. Clover kill out in the front, trying to push that pack open as far as they can. No pack situation right there. That's an interesting no pack situation, a little bit different than we've seen in previous no pack calls. That Humboldt pack tried to back up just a bit, and then that no pack call forced them to come back forward. Cloverkill still in that lead jam position. Terrorist with the star in their hand now. Cloverkill getting through on that scoring pass, picking up 4 points. Terrorist getting through on that initial. Bunch of penalties being issued there. 2 really important ones, though. Humboldt losing their jammer and their pivot, both in the penalty box there. It's going to be a 30-second power jam for Inland Empire. That jam going the full 2 after lead jammer headed to the penalty box in that jam. Inland just getting themselves into a sticky situation right there at the beginning, and several no pack calls being issued by the ref. Destruction of a pack penalty being issued as well to one of Inland's blockers. Inland with that lead jam position, calling it off. 19-7 Inland with the lead so far, 3 points in that last jam. Chakra punch on the line for Humboldt Roller Derby, grabbing that lead jam position. Wojo on the line for Inland Empire. A bit of a pile up there on that outside line. Wojo trying to work their way around that pack. Bit of speed as they get through corner 1 and 2. There's a lot of arms being thrown around in that pack, though. Lots of things to catch on. Wojo trying to work their way around it best as possible. Shocker Punch with 8 points on the board in that jam. 15-20. 1 on the board for Inland. Spicy Icy on the line for Inland Empire. Otter Pop on the line for Humboldt. Otter Pop getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Spicy Icy looking for some room, getting some hard hits there in the middle, getting bounced around and recycled back around that Humboldt pack. Spicy Icy finding a nice inside line, able to open the door and shut it right behind them. Otter Pop through for 4 more. Muscle Mommy on the line for Humboldt. Quiet Riot grabbing that lead jam position for Inland Roller Derby. Muscle Mommy getting pushed back and forth behind that inland wall here. Quiet Riot through, picking up 4 points. Muscle Mommy struggling to push to the end of that pack there. Just fighting with them the whole time, picking up a track cut at the end. That's going to make this a power jam start for Inland Empire in this next jam. Tara is grabbing the lead jam position for Roller Derby. Muscle Mommy again in that penalty box for Humboldt Roller Derby in that jamming position. Terrace meeting the back of that Humboldt wall, looking for an easy spot to get through. Manages to push on it and create an opening and get through there. Terrace picking up 4 points in that last pass, 8 so far. Muscle Mommy out of the penalty box, engaging that inland wall. Muscle Mommy trying to push through a big solid wall of Inland Empire right there. All 4 of their blockers Muscle Mommy again with a big recycle to the back. Terrace in that lead jam position. Having some difficulty, though, getting behind and around that Humboldt wall without getting recycled. A lot of tactical slow play here in between corner 3 and 4 on those straights as they come into 3 and 4. Terrace with that star in the hand, managing to push out and get in front. Getting recycled, though. Muscle Mommy, though, grabbing that initial pass right there in that chaos. $12 points on the board for Inland. Humboldt not able to score anything in that jam. 44-23, Inland Empire. Muscle Mommy, did they pick up another penalty in the last jam? How are they out here again? Starting that jam off, we had Muscle Mommy, then a lot of action into corner 2 and 3. Immediately slowing that down, calling it off. Quick 2 points for Inland Empire. Cloverkill on the line for Humboldt. Wojo on the line for Inland. Wojo pushing out right that whistle, basically, grabbing that lead jam position. Cloverkill managing to push out. A bit of chaos happened as that entire Inland wall came collapsing and managed to get out on that initial pass. Inland calling it off, though. Wojo not letting that happen, picking up 4 points. Quick strike and retreat. 50 points on the board for Inland, 23 for Humboldt. Right onto that outside line, just looking for the door to open. Chakra Punch picking up that lead jam position for Humboldt. Nice and quick. Spicy Icy on the line for Inland. Spicy getting out in front, grabbing that initial pass. Spicy Icy getting pushed right up to the top. Chakra Punch coming out nearly the same time. Chakra picking up 4 points. Spicy picking up 4 points as well. Looks like one extra point there on the board for Inland in that last pass before it got called off by Chakra. Running right up that inside line. Otter Pop grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Quiet Riot for Inland Empire, not far behind, getting that initial pass through. Inland's pack just getting pushed apart by Humboldt. Humboldt able to strike in there, grab a quick 4 points, and call off the jam, not giving away anything. 31-55, 13-25 on the clock. Terrorist on the line for Inland Empire. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Terrorist getting some immediate help from Cat Attack. Push up front, Mad Plow Disease able to get out and get that lead jam position. Inland sending out a star pass, not able to get anything on it. 4 points though on the board for Humboldt. 35-55 Humboldt. Bambino right off the line, grabbing that lead jam position for Inland Empire. Cloverkill on the line for Humboldt. Trying to push up through the top of that pack, almost running it out into a no-pack situation, managing to stretch that out and get out of there. Grabbing that initial pass for Humboldt. Bambino. Some room in the back. Picking up 4 points, it looks like. Right out to the front, Chakra Punch grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt Roller Derby with a nice stretch on that inside line. Wojo in that jamming position for Empire. Wojo finding some resistance in the back, but able to blow that Humboldt wall apart. Chakra Punch taking full advantage of the chaos there. Inland Empire trying to get resituated, but Chakra slips right up through the outside. Putting 4 points on the board and calling it off. 39-59. 9:30 left on the clock. Otter Pop grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Spicy Icy on the track for Inland Empire. Otter Pop on that inside line, picking up 4 points. A little bit of a pile up there on that inside corner. Inland's blocker going down, taking out Otter Pop for just a moment. Otter Pop back up, though, picking up 4 more points. Some hard hits there going down on that inside of corner 3 and 4. Otter Pop getting smacked down twice there. Huge comeback right there, run for Humboldt. 11 on the board, 50-59. And we got a timeout being called for Inland Empire. Back from that team timeout. Quiet right on the line for Inland. Huge spread out there immediately between corner 1 and 2. Mad Plow Disease getting kicked out and grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Quiet Riot in that jamming position for Inland. The nice little push as they made that action happen on that pack, getting themselves through corner 1 and 2. Quiet Riot with a hard push up to the top, though. And power jam situation as Mad Plow Disease headed to the penalty box for Humboldt. Might have been a track cut. Did not see the call happen there. But regardless, Mad Plow Disease is in the penalty box. It's a power jam situation for Quiet Riot. It's got 4 on the board. We're going to see this jam go the full 2. Mad Plow Disease back on the track. Penalty box emptied out finally after a few penalties being issued in that jam. Both jammers coming in with 4 points right before. It looks like potentially 4 more there at the end as well. Both getting 8 on the board for that jam. 58 Humboldt, 67 Inland. Humboldt reeling that lead right back in at Inland head on them earlier. Cloverkill in that jamming position for Humboldt. Terrorist jamming for Inland. Cloverkill getting out in front. Grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Nice strong pack there from both teams as they are showing what it takes to catch and stop a jammer. We see Inland Empire here trying to regroup and help their jammer as well get through that pack. Looks like it works out. We see Terrorist with the star in the hand manage to slip away. Definitely a bit of momentum change here as we come into the last 4 minutes of this first half. Humboldt Roller Derby at 62, Inland Empire at 67. Chakra punch hitting out in front for Humboldt Roller Derby. Only 5 points behind right now. Humboldt has been taking full control in these last 15 minutes of this first half. Chakra out in front, fighting to get to the top. Manages to do so, grabs that lead jam position, puts 4 points on the board. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire, looking for some space. Manages to get that initial pass. Chakra calling off the jam there. 66, 67. We're all tied up. 2:45 left on the clock. It's like we just started. We just got here. Game on. Starting off this jam all tied up. Wojo blowing out to the front for Inland Empire, grabbing that lead jam position. Otter Pop, though, not far behind, coming out of the pack right with them. It's going to keep the pressure on Wojo. We're going to see if any points get issued here. Wojo definitely not willing to give any away. 2 points there on the board for Inland, it looks like. No points on the board for Humboldt. (69-67) starting this jam off real close. 1:20 left on the clock. Quiet Riot grabbing that lead jam position for Inland Empire, though, and it looks like immediately sent to the penalty box, so they didn't actually get that lead jam. Did they? No, Mad Plow Disease getting that lead jam position. Right before Quiet Riot was issued, they picked up that track cut. Mad Plow Disease for Humboldt in that lead jam position with 4 points on the board. Also in a power jam situation currently, 4 more on the board. Inland right in the middle of that track, trying to get ready to catch Mad Plow Disease as best as they can. Big hit there right in the middle as the whistle was getting blown. Cloverkill on the line there for Humboldt. Terrorist on the line for Inland. Period clock at an end. Both jammers looking for a run. Cloverkill grabbing that lead jam position. Terrace with that star in the hand. Cloverkill threw for 4 on that pass. Terrace looking for some room up in the front. The star pass there to Han Yolo for Inland Empire. Cloverkill calling off the jam after putting 8 points on the board. Humble able to redeem themselves by the end of this halftime with a big comeback there after being significantly behind for the first half of that period. 87-69, Inland Empire, Humboldt Roller Derby 87. That'd be a great time to go and check out all the awesome merch and other great things we have going on here at the Cascadian Clash. If you've never been to the Cascadian Clash, you should come and join us next year here in the Dalles, Oregon. With maybe one of the best views of a roller derby venue in all of the Pacific Northwest. So we are super lucky to be here. We are super excited to be here for day 2. Last year, this was only a 1-day tournament. This year is a 2-day tournament. And next year, who knows? Maybe we'll just be here for like the whole month. We'll just do a live-in. Huge comeback right there, run for Humboldt. 11 on the board, 50-59. Plow disease as best as they can. Big hit there right in the middle as the whistle.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Welcome back to our second half. Humboldt Roller Derby versus Inland Empire. 87 on the board right now for Humboldt, 69 for Inland Empire. Humboldt with a big fight back in that second half of the first period. Starting this jam off, Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Quiet Riot on the line for Inland. You're going to have to go steal a chair. Is there another one over there? Where's the one you were sitting in over there? Quiet Riot getting that lead jam position for Inland. Quiet Riot in that lead jam position with 4 on the board and another push to the top of that pack. Inland with 8 on the board so far this jam. Mad Plow Disease with that star in the hand, Just behind that red wall, looking for some room. Almost had that inside line open up for him. They get caught in that net of red once again. Humboldt not to get through on that initial pass in that jam. Right off the top of that jam, and it looks like Cloverkill headed to the penalty box. Terrorists picking up that lead jam position for Inland Empire in a power jam situation here. Just getting that initial pass, though. 45 seconds into this into this jam. Through for 4, Terrorists picking up. Cloverkill out of the penalty box. 50 seconds left on the clock. Looking for a big recycle there in the back of that pack. Cloverkill through for 4 in that last pass, looking for somewhere to go. This inside wall getting really tight. Inland's 3 wall just closing that corner down. And right behind him, the same thing happening for the Terrorists for Inland Empire, just getting shut down by that Humboldt wall. 8 points on the board for Humboldt, 6 on the board for Inland, 95, 85. Humboldt still in the lead. Are you going to stay here and do this? He's got to steal that seat. Big punch through the pack right there. Shocker punch, grabbing that lead jam position. Bambino with that star in the hand, getting flung to the outside of corner 2. A big recycle there for them as well, all the way back to the straight. I don't know who left those, but it's funny. Chakra punch, getting caught up after getting that initial pass, not having as much luck getting through on this scoring pass. Bambino not far from that pack. Chakra punch calling it off. Wojo on the line for Inland. Otterpop on the line for Humboldt. Inland having to let Otterpop go. Otterpop grabbing that lead jam position. Wojo slipping through the pack with that star in the hand. Otter Pop calling it off a quick strike and retreat. 103 Humboldt, 85 Inland. Quiet Riot on the line for Inland. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Quiet Riot grabbing that lead jam position early. Quick striker retreat for Inland, grabbing 4 points and running away. Trying to bring that lead back into play. Sometimes James's jokes don't land. Cloverkill on the line. Humboldt with 6 in that last jam, 109-89 Inland at 89 there. Chakra Punch on the jamming line for Humboldt. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Bambino getting pinballed around a little bit in the back, getting stuck against that Humboldt wall once again. Chakra up in the front having the same situation, looking for any edge into that 3-wall. Humboldt's pivot trying to give a little bit of help to Chakra. Chakra able to push open that inside wall and get it just enough gap to be able to jump through there and grab that lead jam position. Bambino just stuck in that back behind there with that star in the hand, trying to get some space. One of Humboldt's blockers picking up a direction penalty, making it a little bit easier there for Bambino to push forward through there. We see Bambino busting open that inside line and getting through. Chakra bringing up all that attention to that front wall. That's Chakra calling off the jam, putting on 3 points on the board. Fight for those 3 points there as after getting that initial pass. It was a struggle till the end. Otter pop for Humboldt. Grabbing that lead jam position. Getting right out in the middle of that pack. Getting that pressure from Inland's jammer and forcing to call it off. Not wanting to give any points away here. Matt Plout as he's on the line for Humboldt. Quiet Riot on the line for Inland Empire. Oh, a big hit there right in the middle. One of Inland's blockers going down hard. Quiet Riot, though, able to slip out from that pack for Inland and grab that lead jam position. Sassa Thrash grabbing that star pass there for Humboldt. Sass looking for some space. Looking on the outside of corner one, but not able to get it. Getting recycled all the way back behind the pivot line. Oh, and recycled once again. A big, big push as we're just headed backwards now. Another big hit there in the back. Inland fighting for those 4 points there. Well earned and well deserved. 93 on the board, 115 Humboldt, 93 Inland. Back block being issued to the Clover kill. And lead jam happening nearly at the same time. Terrorists slipping out for Inland Empire. That's going to be a power jam situation for the Terrorists. Inland Empire looking for any edge they can get to gain that lead back. Inland with that spread on the track really nicely, keeping that pack tight. Humboldt with a strong wall up at front, right at that pivot line. Terrace not able to push through it so far. Clover kill out of the penalty box. Big hit there onto the inside. Terrace going down on that inside line and calling off the jam. Clover kill trying to slip through to get that initial pass. Looks like a penalty being issued there. Last second to Humboldt's pivot. We got an official timeout being called. Starting this jam off, we got Chakra Punch on the line for Humboldt. Bambino on the line for Inland. Chakra Punch sounds like picking up a forearm penalty there. That is going to be a power jam situation for Bambino, who's just grabbed that lead jam. Bambino threw for 4 after grabbing that lead jam position. Humboldt's pivot out of that penalty box, now going to rejoin the pack. Bambino getting a little bit of hip action on that inside line, calling it off, locking Chakra Punch in the penalty box there. Just a few seconds left on their penalty, though. Wojo on the line for Inland Empire. Chakra Punch released out of that penalty box just a few seconds after that whistle blew for Humboldt Roller Derby in that jammer position. Wojo looking for some space, trying to find anywhere to get through that corner a little bit easier. Chakra Punch managing to push up quite a bit faster than Wojo is as those packs spread out. We might see a no-pack situation develop here. And we do. We hear no-pack whistle being called as that pack reforms. But it looks like Chakra Punch getting knocked to that inside line at the same time, having to recycle back behind. Wojo picking up a penalty in the middle of that. Not sure what Wojo got there, but that'll make this a power jam for the next 30 seconds or so for Chakra Punch. Chakra over in the corner, locked up behind that inland wall, looking for some help from their pack. The pivot there, trying to help from Humboldt. See that again from Sprocket Rocket, trying to get up in there and help out Chakra Punch get through that pack. Chakra finally able to break through the top. That was a long jam for Chakra Punch right there. That was a lot of pushing, that's for sure. 115 on the board for Humboldt, 101 for Inland. Generally, yeah, something like that. I don't always do it. I don't buy them every single day, but when I buy them, they only last a day. Otter Pop off the line for Humboldt, grabbing that lead jam position nice and early. Quiet Riot on the line for Inland. Looks like Quiet Riot getting out on that initial pass. Humboldt losing one of their pack there right at the end of that jam. Picking up a penalty. 4 points on the board, though, for Humboldt. All right, we are on a team timeout there for Inland Empire. take this time to remind everybody at 12 o'clock is our championship bout. That is our next game this afternoon. It looks like we are now in an official review. Official timeout. Just a little extension there. We weren't quite done with the first official timeout. Matt Plowdessy's on the line for Humboldt. Bambino up in the front, though, pushing that pack to the extra limits. This is as far out as they were go, right at those lines. You can see those marks on the floor as they are paced out. Give you a better visual idea of how far the pack can be spread out across the floor. Bambino grabbing that lead jam position. Matt Plowdessy's working up that inside line, almost getting a nice clean pass. Bambino calling it off, not able to pick up any points. Inland Empire putting 4 on the board, though. 105, 119, 9-10 or so left on the clock. Starting this jam off, we got Cloverkill on the line for Humboldt. Terrorist on the line for Inland. Cloverkill looking for an outside wall to breach and manages to do so. Terrorist with that star in the hand, looking for some space to get through. Big recycle there for Cloverkill, having to settle back. Terrorist managing to get through on that initial pass. Cloverkill calling it off, picking up 4 points. .35 left on the clock. I'd be surprised if we see any jam here where either team is willing to give away any points, or too many jams where we have more than 4 points on the board for each jammer. We're going to have to see some full clocks on that jam clock to get anything more exciting, I think, than that, as both teams here are fighting to keep a hard, solid wall down. Chakra punch, getting down front, grabbing that lead jam position. Wojo on the line for Inland. Looks like Chakra punch getting recycled back there, trying to avoid a track cut. Chakra in that lead jam position, calling it off before Wojo can get up in front for Inland. Otter Pop on the line for Humboldt Roller Derby. Quiet Ride on the line for Inland Empire. Quiet Riot pushing out to the top, grabbing that lead jam position. Otter Pop not far behind, getting through on that initial pass. Lots of speed moving around the track here. Quiet Riot calling off the jam, not wanting to give anything away. Not giving anything away, picking up 3 points for Inland Empire. 108, 130, 5:35 on the clock. Timeout, Humboldt Roller Derby. So you came and the bitch was like, "What are you doing?" And you're like, "I'm going to go." Yeah. No, we slept in a little bit. No, I was working on the post here. Just taking my time. I wasn't worried about it. I text you when I need you somewhere. I text you and tell you I need you. Yeah, and you know that it's going to take me time from the time that you text me to. You're fairly reasonable. I'm not worried about it. I know how to get you where I need you when I want you there. Okay, well that's what matters. Yeah. You shouldn't have to try too hard. I just know when to text you if I need you. Coming back from that Humboldt team timeout, not plow disease on the line for Humboldt. Terrorist on the line for Inland. One of Humboldt's blockers in the penalty box, leaving them one short on the track currently. Mad Plow Disease, though, pushing up towards the top, almost at that edge of being able to leave that pack, but getting reeled back in just a little bit. Terrorists in the back, just wedging into the middle of that Humboldt wall, trying to find any edge at all to split open. Terrorists trying to work her way around the top. Finally, they do. That pack moving with some serious speed. Mad Plow Disease getting knocked to that outside on corner 3. And that jam coming to an end, picking up 4 points, or 3 points there for Inland Empire and 2 for Humboldt. Bambino on the line for Inland Empire. Cloverkill on the line for Humboldt. Cloverkill pushing out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. That pack into that no pack situation up there. Bambino being let go up to the top, allowed to get through on that initial pass. Cloverkill grabbing 4 points in that last pass for Humboldt. Gloverkill calling it off. Both jammers getting 4 points. And in that initial 2 points more there for Humboldt in that last pass. 6 altogether. 138 Humboldt, 115 Inland Empire. 2:10 on the clock. Chakra Punch on the line for Humboldt. Quiet Riot on the line for Inland. Quiet Riot getting up to the top, grabbing that lead jam position for Inland. Inland with a strong control on Chakra Punch right now. Destroyer in there to help with a nice assist to Chakra Punch. Quiet Riot, though, through for 4. Skating almost against the wind, basically, as they got through that last pass. Chakra Punch managing to get through with a little bit of help from their team right there. Eight points on the board for Inland, 8. 123 to 138. 45 left on the clock. Inland looking for a oneer and doneer right here. Otterpop looking to shut that down. Otterpop almost up to that front of that pack. Wojo in the back, almost coming around that outside wall, but getting recycled way back. Right up to the front, but it looks like big hit there at the top. Otterpop getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for a Humboldt. Ooh. And there's our unofficial score, 138 Humboldt, 123 Inland Empire. We will be right back with you after we have this injury assessed. Huge comeback right there, run for Humboldt. 11 on the board, 50 to 59. Plow disease as best as they can. That was official. We were waiting on the official call if that was the official end, and there we have it. The official final score, 138 Humboldt, 123 Inland Empire. We are still waiting, though, as our amazing medics deal that we can't do without. It would literally be illegal to play roller derby without the medics. No, it wouldn't actually be illegal, but it would be really silly, and we wouldn't be sanctioned, that's for sure.
Quiet right in that lead jam position.
Our medics make sure that we are well taken care of. Look at this. We even have wheel service. We roll up to you, it's valet service.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Here we are. Welcome to our championship bout of the Cascadian Clash. Coyote Country Roller Derby, Palouse River Rollers versus Elevated Roller Derby. Skating tonight for Palouse River, this afternoon for Palouse River Rollers. Number 0210 Cervixen, number 07 Solar Roller, number 131 MGay Ultra, number 247 Lecturally Active, number 27 Don't Care Bear, number 29 Pterodactyl, number 33 Jawbreaker, number 333 Phytochondria, number 626 Night Fury, number 757 She'll Be Sassy, number 90 Whiskey Smash, number 99 Betty Rumble. And skating for Elevated Roller Derby, number 10, Banff, number 11, Killer Crane, number 15, Harley Darlin, number 187, Doom De Doom, number 212, Latsis Balls, number 213, Icebox, number 34, Fighting Girlfriend, number 414, Lost in Your Thighs, number 45, Nikki Six Shooter, number 484, Gemini, number 505, Swearin' Marie, number 80, Meep Meep, number 9, Kells Inferno, number 909, Tsunami, and number 999, Amanda Jamatina. And that is the Elevated Roller Derby roster for this afternoon. We are just about 35 seconds away from kicking off this championship bout of the Cascadian Clash. Starting off this bout, we got Solar Roller on the line for Palouse River Rollers and Fighting Girlfriend on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Solar Roller right up into the front, grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse River Rollers. Kells Inferno grabbing that star pass there for Elevated Roller Derby. Kells Inferno getting through, picking up 4 points. Being able to utilize that star pass well. Palouse River Rollers calling off that jam, picking up 4 points as well. All tied up in this first jam. Icebox picking up a black box or a back block for Elevated. Mitochondria on the line there for Palouse out in the front, trying to push out and manages to do so and grab that lead jam position. Banff getting caught up a little bit on the end of corner 2, trying to work their way up through the top of that Palouse pack. Managing to break out there. Skating right around the outside, Mitochondria taking advantage of that pack, being a little disoriented and calling off the jam, picking up another 4. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated. Whiskey Smash trying to push out around the outside, but Meep Meep managed to push through on that inside line and grab that lead jam position for Elevated. Whiskey Smash taking that star off, getting a little bit sneaky and slipping through the middle of that pack there, managing to get through on that initial pass. Meep Meep getting slid back. Looks like trying to call a jam, but picking up a penalty. That was a cut track being issued there on Meep Meep. They're just getting out of the penalty box there to join us back. Whiskey Smash through after picking up 3 scoring passes. Whiskey Smash getting pushed back. Meep Meep spreading it out to the front. That's about as spread out as you can get back there. Almost every skater went into bridge as that pack started to spread out more and more. 4 points on the board for Meep Meep and that for Elevated Roller Derby. 15 on the board for Palouse River Rollers. She'll be sassy on the line for Palouse. Lost in your thighs, grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. She'll be sassy, getting out on that initial pass. Lost in your thighs, pulling out, calling off that jam, picking up 2 points. Night Fury on the line for the River Rollers. Fighting Girlfriend on the line for Elevated. Night Fury getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse. Fighting Girlfriend not far behind, making that initial pass. Solar Roller on the line for Palouse. Banff on the line for Elevated. Elevated sending their pivot and one of their blockers into the penalty box. Solar Roller, though, slipping out of that pack, grabbing that lead jam position, and Banff headed to the penalty box. It's going to be a power jam and a full penalty box for Elevated. Only 2 blockers on the track for Elevated right now. All they can do is try to fend off as well as they can Solar Roller. But they're going to have a hard time, especially with that full pack out there from Palouse to help aid in Solar Roller's escape. A big push to the outside. Solar Roller slipping through the middle. Looks like we got a timeout being called there. See, just a big injury there. Smashing that face on the ground, not a great way. Mitochondria on the line for Palouse, grabbing that lead jam position. Banff on the line for Elevated after being released out of the penalty box right at the start of this jam. Elevated's jammer able to release there from the medic as we just saw them skate back to the bench. We released from that timeout right prior to this jam. Mitochondria pushing through the top, managing to put some pressure on that pack. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated. Meep Meep grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Whiskey Smash trying to push against the back of that pack there, getting recycled way into the back. Whiskey Smash with that star in the hand. Getting around the top of that pack. Meep Meep through for 4 on that last pass. Meep up to the top. Giving the call a sign and giving it the call. Right up into the top. Lost in your thighs, grabbing that lead jam position. She'll be sassy, breaking out not far behind. Lost in your thighs up to the front, calling off the jam. River Roller's not able to get any points on the board. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated in that lead jam position. Whiskey Smash breaking out of that pack on that initial pass there. Night Fury running out of that pack, grabbing that lead jam position. Kel's Inferno catching that star pass for Elevated Roller Derby, getting through on that initial pass. Night Fury calling it off. Looks like picking up 1 point before they do so. Elevated picking up 4 points there. What a tight game this has been so far. 27-36. Palouse River Rollers giving away so few points. Mitochondria on the line for Palouse. Lost in your thighs on the line for Elevated. Mitochondria grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse. Pushing that pack right up to the top real fast. Mitochondria right up in the back trying to run through, makes it happen. Lost in your thighs, managing to get through the top on that initial with that star in the hand. Looks like a high block being issued there to Mitochondria. That's going to make this a power jam for Lost in Your Thighs. This jam's going to go the full 2 minutes. Just pushing. Lost in Your Thighs, trying to get to that last blocker from Palouse, and they managed to do so, picking up 4 points out of the penalty box, though, right there. As that happens, Mitochondria busting out Engage in the back of that pack. Full speed, lost in your thighs, able to take full advantage or just slip through with an easy pass on that one, picking up 4 more. 12 points on the board so far for Elevated. Elevated getting knocked out there. 16 points on the board, though, for Elevated Roller Derby. One comeback jam puts them back up on top in the lead, 43-36. Elevated in the front. Timeout being called for Palouse. She'll be sassy on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Fighting Girlfriend for Elevated. She'll be sassy, though. Headed to the penalty box. That's going to make this a power jam for the next 30 seconds for Fighting Girlfriend. Fighting Girlfriend, nothing but Palouse to get past during this power jam. Doing so pretty easily, picking up 4 points there at the top. Getting a lot of help there. Fighting Girlfriend able to just skate around that outside wall being put out there. She'll be sassy, though, out of that penalty box. Coming in with some serious speed to the back of that pack. Sassy looking for some room on that outside wall, but kept getting recycled just in. Fighting Girlfriend, though, managing to slip around the top, get through on another scoring pass there for Elevated. I think I see a high block being called there right at the end. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated. Right out into the front, grabbing that lead jam position. Whiskey Smash Meep Meep, though, able to pass out of the pack just a little bit quicker. Coming around that corner faster, Whiskey Smash just closing it down. Solar Roller on the line for Palouse. Banff on the line for Elevated. Solar Roller out to the front almost, but Banff coming around that outside corner, managing to slip around and grab that lead jam position. Night Fury on the line for the River Rollers. Lost in Your Thighs for Elevated Roller Derby. Right out into the front, grabbing that lead jam position. Night Fury for the River Rollers. Lost in Your Thighs, picking up a track cut, though, right at the top of that pack. That's going to be a power jam situation for the River Rollers. Locked up in corner 2 or corner 3 and 4 there. Managing to push around the top, Lost in Your Thighs out of the penalty box. Getting around that pack. River Rollers jammer calling it off. Picking up 3 points in that pass. 39-67. 6.5 minutes left in this first half. A hard push there off that start whistle. She'll be Sassy for the River Rollers. Fighting Girlfriend for Elevated Roller Derby. Fighting Girlfriend managing to run up on that inside line, grab that lead jam position. She'll be Sassy getting recycled just on that outside wall. Fighting Girlfriend looking for some space. 3 points on the board for Elevated in that last jam. Official review being called by Palouse. It's like Palouse using this official review as a timeout. Solar Roller with that lead jam position for the River Rollers. Bamf for Elevated Roller Derby. Trying to work through that pack. Giving a star pass there, looks like, to Harley Darlin. Solar Roller still working up on the front of that pack there. And the track cut being issued there, we see, to Harley Darlin. Official review being called for Elevated Roller Derby. Once again, a timeout. Official review / timeout. And we are back. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse, grabbing that lead jam position nice and early there. We saw on Harley Darlin jamming for Elevated with that star in the hand after that penalty they released from the beginning at the beginning of this jam. Whiskey Smash threw for 4 on that last pass. Star pass there. Elevated Roller Derby to Gemini. Whiskey Smash looking for some room there in the back of that pack once again. But Gemini around the outside, taking full advantage of all that attention being on Whiskey Smash on that inside line. Palouse River Rollers putting on 10 points in that last pass. 61-76. 120 on the clock. 4 points on the board in that last pass for Elevated. This is still really close. We're just going to have to wait till we get there. Starting this jam off, Phytochondria on the line for for Palouse. Lost in Your Thighs for Elevated. Phytochondria out to the front, managing to break free. Lost in Your Thighs, grabbing that lead jam position fairly early. Lost in Your Thighs down. Phytochondria with a nice inside line jump. See if they got anything from that. It looks like they got 2 for Elevated, 3 for Palouse. Starting this jam off nice and fast. Night Fury onto the front, grabbing that lead jam position. 0 seconds on the period clock. This is our last jam for this first half. Night Fury through for 2. What a way to end it. Palouse River Rollers bringing it right back up into a very reasonable range starting this second half. 66 River Rollers, 79 Elevated Roller Derby All-Stars. Don't go anywhere if you're having fun. This is our championship bout at the Cascadian Clash 2025, hosted by Gorge Roller Derby. If you've never been here before, well, guess what? This is roller derby. This is what it looks like. This is what it smells like. This is what it feels like. This is exactly what it smells like in your nostrils for 2 weeks. But please enjoy yourself. We thank you for coming. We thank you for watching online as well. 3 points on the board for Elevated in that last jam.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
We are back for the second half of our championship bout of the Cascadian Clash. Palouse River Rollers sitting at 66. Elevated Roller Derby All-Stars sitting at 79. Solo Roller on the line for the Palouse River Rollers. Fighting Girlfriend on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Palouse grabbing that lead jam position. Starting this second period off in the right step as they are sitting under on that scoreboard right now, looking to regain that difference and then some. Right up to the front, Fighting Girlfriend, able to get through on that initial pass, pushing through the top with that star in the hand. Palouse calling off that jam, not wanting to give away any points there. Palouse with Night Fury on the line. Banff on the line for Elevated. Some fast push up into that outside corner on one. Night Fury able to take full advantage of that speed and the opening and get out and grab that lead jam position. Banff not far behind on that initial pass. Nice strong play there from Palouse, grabbing one and running out there. Reeling that lead back in, 70-79. Elevated still up on top. Starting that whistle off, some immediate contact on that jammer. She'll be sassy for Palouse River Rollers. Also grabbing out right into the front, managing to grab that lead jam position. Kells Inferno, though, with that star pass for Elevated, getting through on that initial pass. Just hanging out an official timeout there. Back from that official timeout there. Back from that timeout, we got Phytochondria on the line for Palouse River Rollers, Fighting Girlfriend for Elevated Roller Derby. Right up to the front, Phytochondria for Palouse River Rollers, grabbing that lead jam position. Doom grabbing that star pass for Elevated Roller Derby right there at the top. Phytochondria calling off the jam, not wanting to give any points away as they are scratching their way back. Just 4.5 minutes into this second half. 75-81, 2 points on the board for Palouse. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. That pack just pushing back further and further. Whiskey Smash locked in the back. Meep Meep, though, running out that front pack. Palouse about to have to let go there. Lead jammer situation has been assessed, and Meep Meep has pushed for it and won it fair and square. Right in the back, though, Whiskey Smash still just running into a solid wall from Elevated. Some big hits in the back for Whiskey Smash there, trying to get left and right. Having some difficulty getting through the pack. Meep Meep through for 4 more on that pass. Whiskey Smash really having a difficulty getting through on this initial. Some big hits there in the middle again on Whiskey Smash. Elevated just trying to lock Palouse's jammer in the middle. Whiskey Smash doing some breakdance moves in the middle of the track too, right at the end of that jam. Dance competition after this, obviously. Solar Roller on the line for Palouse. Bamp on the line for Elevated. Both of these teams have really slowed down this play in this last 2 jams here. Bamp getting out in front and grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Elevated trying to extend that lead distance on Palouse. Night Fury for Palouse River Rollers. Fighting Girlfriend for Elevated Roller Derby. Fighting Girlfriend getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Right around the outside there, Night Fury looking for some room, almost getting shut completely down. It looks like they Elevated managed to get out in front of Night Fury and catch them before they slipped away. Fighting Girlfriend through for 4. Picking up 8 so far for Elevated. Pack slowing way down there. Corner 3 and 4 coming out. Fighting Girlfriend Still in that lead jam position, but slowed down quite a bit at the top of that pack. Star pass there to MK Ultra for Palouse River Rollers, getting through on an initial, but getting recycled here in corner 1 and 2. Bringing that jam to an end. Fighting Girlfriend putting 16 on the board for Elevated. 114.78 River Rollers. Timeout for Palouse. Phytochondria on the line for the River Rollers. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated. Right up to the front, Phytochondria grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse. Meep Meep with that star in the hand, trying to get some advantage there. Nice big play, right? Pushing right through the top, Phytochondria. Right around the outside, once again, Phytochondria running with it, picking up another 4 points. Looks like a back block being issued there at some point. So Phytochondria actually not getting those 4 points on that pass, rather picking up a penalty and making this a power jam for Kel's Inferno, picking up that star pass for Elevated Roller Derby. Ooh, one jammer in, one jammer out. Oh, maybe that was a little bit confusing. Maybe they weren't issued a penalty. Thought they were. I don't know what just happened. I think that was a miss. Huge inside line jump there from Phytochondria. Getting out of that penalty box. Just jam running the full two. Phytochondria having that lead jam position. But Kel's Inferno maximizing on that star pass and power jam opportunity with 8 on the board so far. Phytochondria with 12 on. Phytochondria getting through for 4 more. 16 on the board for the River Rollers. 11 on the board for Elevated. 125 Elevated, 94 River Rollers. What a jam from both jammers there. Solar Roller on the line for Palouse, fighting in the middle of that pack, trying to get up to the top. Bam fighting on that outside wall, trying to get out as well as they can. Both jammers struggling to get through on that first scoring pass. Bam out the front, Solar Roller out the front. Almost neck and neck there. Solar Roller just barely getting it in front of Bamf for that lead jam position. Big hit there on that backside wall. Solar Roller calling it off. Official timeout being called there. We are in an official review now. We'll find out what we're reviewing here shortly. All right, we got some update on that official review there. Our officials are done officiating, and the official review elevated looking to have a turnover on that jammer penalty there that was issued, and the claim was not substantiated, and they have lost their official review in regards to that. Right out of the front, she'll be sassy. Back from an injury from that first half. Out there to redeem, picking up that lead jam position. Nearly on that whistle blow, putting 4 points on the board already. Bamf in that penalty box for elevated in that jamming position. Making that a nice power jam start for Solar. Or she'll be sassy. Right out of the front, Bamf. Picking up that initial pass out of the penalty box, and it looks like she'll be sassy picking up a penalty in the process of that last pass. That's going to make that a power jam for the rest of this, or for the next 30 seconds here in this jam for Bamf. Jam will run the full 2 minutes. She'll be sassy out of that penalty box. Bamf with 4 on the board. 4 more right there. She'll be sassy with the star in the hand. Bamf around the top on the outside. Managing to get it nice and clean. 4 more. 12 on the board for Elevated. 4 on the board for Palouse. That pack in real spread out there around the corner. She'll be sassy getting let go there as that no pack situation developed. But that jam running the full 2. Palouse picking up 7, Elevated picking up 12, 101, 138, 14 minutes left in this second half of our championship bout of the Cascadian Clash. Kicking that jam off, Elevated. Getting their jammer right in the middle. Phytochondria grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse. Phytochondria headed to the penalty box there for Palouse. Lost in your thighs. Skating in a power jam situation there. Some big hits happening right there in corner 3 and 4. That we see Phytochondria fighting up to the top of that pack. Out of that play zone right there, those Palouse blockers having to let Lost in your thighs go. Mitochondria out of the penalty box, Lost in your thighs, nearly shoulder to shoulder there for just a few seconds, coming through corner 3 and 4. Lost in your thighs, slipping out of that pack. Fight looking for some room left and right here. The star in the hand doesn't look like they're going for a star pass yet, though. Big recycle onto the inside for Lost in your thighs there. A star pass to MG Ultra for Palouse. Both jammers just facing some of the most intense walls we've seen at this tournament so far. 105 Palouse, 152 Elevated, 11 points on the board in that last pass, or that last jam for Elevated, and 3 on the board for Palouse. Solar Roller on the line for Palouse River Rollers. Fighting Girlfriend on the line for Elevated Roller Derby. Big hit right down into the middle there. We see Elevated picking up 1 point as that jam's called. Night Fury on the line for Palouse. Meep Meep on the line for Elevated. Meep Meep getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Night Fury making that initial pass. Meep Meep looking for some room in the middle of that pack there. Palouse starting to shut that down. Elevated with 2 of their pack members in the penalty box there as Meep Meep calling off the end of that jam. Nine and a half minutes left in our second half here. 155-105. Whiskey Smash looking for some room on that inside line. Manages to push that open and slide right through there, grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse. Trying to hang on as long as they can. Palouse had to let that Elevated jammer go. Banff getting out on that initial pass. Right onto that inside line. Looks like both jammers taking a pretty big hit as Banff went for an inside line jump, and Whiskey Smash happened to be right there to block that opening. Inevitably be some penalties being issued there. We had skaters not on the track for that jam. In place quite yet. We got She'll Be Sassy for Palouse River Rollers. Banff on the line, but in the penalty box there for Elevated. Four points on that last pass for She'll Be Sassy. Palouse trying to scratch back as much as they can here. Banff out of the penalty box, through on that initial pass. Sassy calling off the jam. Palouse picking up 6 points in that last pass. Starting that jam off, we got a star pass immediately right there to Kel's Inferno. Phytochondria grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse. Fight Colin off the jam, picking up 3 points and running with it. 6.5 minutes left, 116, 155. Palouse still in a very respectable place to reach back. Fighting Girlfriend grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Solo Roller in that jamming position for Palouse. Fighting Girlfriend having to take a hike to the penalty box there. I think potentially picking up a back block or a track cut, not quite sure, as they were outside on that far wall. Solar Roller, they're managing to get through on that initial pass. We're seeing a lot of speed coming into the back of that pack. Solar looking for an inside line. Elevated, trying to shut that door down. All bunched up there in corner 3 and 4. Solar Roller and Fighting Girlfriend both trying to push out. MK Ultra getting a nice big recycle on Fighting Girlfriend there. Solar Roller just bouncing off the front of that elevated pack from the front. Timeout being called for Palouse. It's the second time. Clearly, we need to tone down the music because the refs are having too much fun. Whiskey Smash on the line for Palouse. Meep on the line for Elevated Roller Derby, looking for an outside wall there, managing to push that pack apart just a little bit more. Up to the top almost. Meep getting out there, grabbing that lead jam position for Elevated. Lecturely Active grabbing that star pass there for Palouse, making that initial pass. Lecturely Active getting through for 4 right there. Meep calling it off, picking up 4 for themselves. 2 minutes left on the period clock, 128, 165. She'll be sassy on the line there for Palouse and picking up a penalty. Headed to the penalty box. That's going to make that a power jam situation for Banff, who manages to slip out and grab that lead jam position. Big hit there. She'll be sassy coming out of the penalty box, making contact with the back of that pack quickly. Banff finding some room around the outside, taking full advantage, putting 4 points on the board. Elevated with up 8 up there so far. She'll be sassy coming to the back of that pack. Banff calling it off. 20 seconds left on the clock here. We're going to see another one? I don't know, dude. They don't look like they're ready to do it. Nope. I don't think they're going to do it. She's going to call it. She's going to let it run out. Then I got to give it to him. What the? Looks like we got a timeout. Official review being used as a timeout for Palouse there with 1 second on the period clock. Let's just make it real interesting here. So this will inevitably be our last jam of our championship bout of the Cascadian Clash. Make some noise for both of these teams so far. That was the perfect amount of noise for the amount of energy I expect you to have at day 2 of a roller derby tournament. Thank you. Here in our last jam of it. Right out to the front, Phytochondria grabbing that lead jam position for Palouse. Lost in Your Thighs for Elevated. Sounds like Palouse trying to plan on hoping taking this bout the full 2 minutes. Phytochondria out to the front there, but getting knocked back in on that inside line. Lost in Your Thighs, able to push through, picking up a scoring pass. Calling it off. Phytochondria not wanting to give anything else away and have any more deficit here. And there we have our final score. Palouse River Rollers 132. Elevated Roller Derby All-Stars 181. Make some noise for Elevated Roller Derby, our Cascadian Clash 2025 champions. Palouse River Rollers not going home empty-handed, though. They will go home with a happy second place at the Cascadian Clash. Please make some noise one more time for both of our teams. And don't go anywhere. We will be having our award ceremony after our last bout this afternoon. After our 2 p.m. bout, we will be having our award ceremony for Cascadian Clash for our first, second, third place, and MVP awards. Three points on the board for Elevated in that last jam. Make some noise for the Palouse River Rollers, our second place team at the Cascadian Clash. Lost in your thighs, grabbing that lead jam position fairly early. Lost in your thighs, down. And please make some noise sideline jump for Elevated Roller Derby, our Cascadian Clash champions once again. For Elevated 3. We will be handing out awards and all that fun stuff after our 2 p.m. bout here coming up just shortly. Take full advantage of that speed and the opening and get out and grab that lead jam position. Gorge Roller Derby facing off against Humboldt Roller Derby. Pass. Although with that star pass for Elevated, getting through on that initial pass.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby. You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Welcome to our final bout of the Cascadian Clash. Gorge Roller Derby versus Humboldt Roller Derby. Facing off for third and fourth place in the 2025 Cascadian Clash. Skating for Gorge Roller Derby this afternoon, number 08, Face Spounder. Number 10, Auntie Faye. Number 108, Murph. Number 23, Killer B. Number 319, Fleetwood Smack. Number 350, Peach Clobber. Number 369, Fish Slap. Number 4.0, Nerder She Wrote. Number 409, Aftermath. Number 427, Machete Mashad. Number 43, Demanda. Number 811, Rolling Raptor. Number 911, Pickleback Jack. And number 5050, Lethal. And skating for Humboldt Roller Derby this afternoon, number 108, Chakra Punch, number 13, Clover Kill, number 237, Wrench, number 365, Sugar Rush, number 38, Latina Turner, number 42, Daddy Longlegs, number 44, Rotten Tula Core, number 59, Born Wicked, number 64, Destroyer, number 700, Sprocket Rocket, number 707, Slam Chowder, number 760, Otter Pop, number 80, Mod Behavior, number 951, Mad Plow Disease, and number 96, Muscle Mommy. Woo. We are ready for our last and final bout here at the Cascadian Clash. Make some noise for both of our teams. All right, here we go. Starting off this first bout, Gorge Roller Derby versus Humboldt Roller Derby. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Raptor getting out in front and grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Mad Plow Disease not far behind, making that initial escape out of that pack. Nice quick play there from Raptor, grabbing 4 points. Humboldt going to be looking to serve some of those up shortly. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Clover Kill on the line for Humboldt Roller Derby. Auntie Faye trying to get around both jammers. Looks like Auntie Faye managing to get that lead jam position cleanly before getting knocked out there or stepping into the inside of the track. Cloverkill looking for some space there. Looks like a star pass maybe have occurred. Yes, it did. Got a star pass to Sugar Rush. Auntie Faye grabbing 8 points so far for Gorge. Sugar Rush looking for some room at the top of that pack. Trying to get through there. On that inside line, though, Auntie Faye finding a big wide opening, taking full advantage. Auntie running up that inside line one more time, picking up another 4 points. Sugar Rush in the back, trying to find some room once again. Face Spounder closing that outside line. Sugar Rush almost up to the top of that pack there. Looks like slightly getting recycled back in, though, by one of the Gorge blockers. Auntie Faye up on that inside line, picking up 4 more points. 24 points going up for the Gorge. That might be one of the highest scoring jams so far this tournament. Auntie Faye with 24 on the board. Humboldt not able to get through on that initial. Chakra Punch on the line for Humboldt. Nerder She Wrote on the line for Gorge. Right out to the front after a big hard push. Nerder She Wrote managing to secure that lead jam position. Chakra Punch fighting hard on that inside line. Killer Bee and Peach and Pickle from Gorge putting together that 3-wall to try to keep Chakra Punch locked in place. Nerder in the back trying to work their way around that pack. Humboldt with a nice solid 3-wall there, not giving any. Nerder trying to spin out of it. Chakra Punch managing to push through it, though, and grab that initial pass. Demanda on the line for Gorge. Otterpop on the line for Humboldt. Demanda getting a line out on that outside, managing to pick up that lead jam position. Otterpop not far behind, though, on that initial pass. Otterpop managing to blow right around that pack, picking up 4 points. Demanda getting caught in that net of Humboldt. Demanda working their way through the top of that pack, picking up 4 points. Otterpop pushing that pack up to speed. All-Stars working their way to try to keep that door shut. And Otterpop managing to push it wide open and get around Machete there at the top of that pack, picking up 4 more points. Demanda looking for an opening. Grabbing some points and calling it off, it looks like, before letting Otterpop slide through for another scoring pass. 6 points on the board for the Gorge All-Stars. Humboldt Roller Derby with 8 that pass. Fish Slap on the line for Gorge. Muscle Mommy on the line for Humboldt. Fish Slap getting a nice big slingshot around that outside corner. Muscle Mommy taking that same line. That door left wide open. Both jammers able to take full advantage of it. Fish Slap out through the front, picking up 4 points. Humboldt regrouping there in the middle. Muscle Mommy trying to work their way through the top of that pack. Gorge with a solid 3-wall there. Fish Slap running into the same issue in the back. That Humboldt 3-wall just not giving up. That pack really getting spread out there. Fish Slap with 8 on the board. Muscle Mommy's still trying to get through on that scoring pass. Both jammers getting really caught up in that corner. Fish Slap calling it off. Raptor on the line for Gorge. Matt on the line for Humboldt. Raptor pushing up to the top, real aggressive fight to get that lead jam position, manages to do so. Raptor through for 4 more. Mad Plowed as he's looking for some room in the back of that pack still. Face Pounder in the back there trying to hold off Mad Plow Disease. Mad Plow Disease pushing deterrently. Rolling Raptor coming through that inside line, grabbing 4 more points for the All-Stars. Taking that jam down to the full 2. 16 points on the board for Gorge. Humboldt Roller Derby. Not getting any in that last jam. Right out in the start of that jam, Cloverkill grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt, skating right around that outside of the pack, leaving that door wide open. Humboldt managing to push that entire Gorge pack right up into that corner, leaving that whole outside of the track wide open. Cloverkill taking advantage full again. Auntie Faye coming out on that initial 4 points on the board for Humboldt. Looks like we saw what we thought was a penalty being issued there. Chakra punch on the line for Humboldt, pushing up to the top. Nerder, she wrote, into the penalty box. That's going to make this a power jam situation for Humboldt. Chakra punch calling off the jam. Nerder, she wrote, coming out of the penalty box, putting that pressure on, and we see a timeout being called by Humboldt. 4 points on the board for Chakra punch in that last pass. Starting this jam off hot, right onto that front position. Demanda grabbing that lead jam. Big hard hit there in the back, face pounder. Getting a big knock with mod behavior. Looked like Demanda calling off that jam, putting 4 points up on the board. A lot of motion there. Face pounder getting a big smack there in the back of that pack. Yeah, it's good for you. Big push right out of the front of that pack. Fish slap grabbing that lead jam position. Muscle Mommy working hard to get through that gorge wall. Almost had it there. Just getting recycled back into that pack once again. Fish slap right in that back wall. Muscle Mommy just getting up front to that gorge wall. Fish slap headed around once again, picking up 4 more on that inside line. Muscle Mommy looking for some help. Gets a star pass off to Sugar Rush. also it makes a huge difference. I have no speakers like pointed directly at the track, so like even that one's pointed. They've got a lot more space to feed. Just there. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Mad Plow Disease right up in the middle, looking for some room, pushing real hard, managing to get around that outside line and take it. Rolling Raptor, though, already out in front with that lead jam position just a few seconds before. A lot of pushing there in the middle of that pack. Rolling Raptor trying to get up to that inside line, score some points and call it off. Doesn't look like they're able to do so. Right out to the front, Auntie Faye grabbing that lead jam position. Three points on the board for Elevated in that last jam. Nerder she will with that lead jam position there. Pushing hard to get up to the top, managing to do so. Nerder picking up 4 points. Chakra Punch. The back still looking for some room to get through on that initial. Hanging on a team timeout there for Humboldt. Demanda on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Otter Pop on the line for Humboldt. Demanda grabbing that lead jam position. Calling it off there. Seeing 3 points on the board for the All-Stars. Fish slap on the line for the All-Stars. Running right onto the front, grabbing that lead jam position. Muscle Mommy for Humboldt, looking for some room. Just trying to get past Machete Machad there at the top. Face bounder, not able to hold on. Muscle Mommy getting out on that initial. Humboldt trying to put some track down. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Raptor getting knocked down to that inside wall. Finding some room across the middle. Mad Plow Disease getting out right in front. Looks like Raptor might have got that lead jam position first, though. The pack and the jammers both moving almost in unison there as they were coming around the track. Raptors trying to slide in and grab some points and call it off. Mad Plow Disease trying to get some as well. Doesn't look like they're able to. 2 points on the board for the All-Stars. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge, running right up that inside line, grabbing that lead jam position. Clover kill for Humboldt, looking for some space. Getting recycled back behind Gorge's blockers right there in that last attempt. Auntie Faye with a nice run up that inside wall, right through that inside corner, managing to pick up 4 points. Clover kill getting a nice pass around that outside on that initial. Auntie Faye getting to the out, picking up a few points and calling it off. Not wanting to give any points away here to Humboldt. Yeah, basically. Nerder to that inside line for the All-Stars, managing to slip out and grab that lead jam position. Chakra punch in the back, looking for some space to push through. Nerder carrying tons of speed through that pass there. Chakra punch trying to take advantage of it, but getting pushed right back into the middle of that pack. Chakra picking up on that outside line, taking that star off that helmet. We see Nerder headed in again for another pass there. Meeting one of Humboldt's blockers face to face. Nerder getting stopped in their tracks. Chakra still looking for some space. Nerder calling off the jam. Chakra getting out of that pack there. Nerder putting 12 points on the board, 114. All-Stars. Looks like we got another official timeout. Looks like there was a penalty called there on Chakra Punch at the end of that jam. That is going to make this a power jam start for Demanda. Demanda pushing out and grabbing that lead jam position, now without some resistance there from Humboldt Roller Derby, not wanting to let them get out in front and grab that lead jam position. Chakra Punch released out of the penalty box. Chakra out of the penalty box, looked like came up and met the back of that pack and picked up another track cut. Hard hits going in there. Demanda managing to get through that pack. Eight points on the board for Demanda. Skating for the All-Stars there. Gorge putting 8 on the board. Humboldt trying to get out there, but Chakra Punch picking up 2 penalties in that, or coming in from 1 penalty and picking up 1 in that jam, not making it easy for Humboldt. Otter Pop getting out in front for Humboldt, grabbing that lead jam position. Nice momentum change there for Humboldt. Machete Machad catching that star pass for Gorge Roller Derby, and Humboldt closing that jam down. Two minutes left in this first half. Rolling Raptor running right out to the front, grab that lead jam position for Gorge. Muscle Mommy looking for some room on that outside line, finding a solid wall of black right there from the All-Stars. Peach Clobber picking up a penalty there in that pivot position for Gorge. A hard push up at the top. Raptor having to swing it out, not able to get it. Having to recycle way back. Picking up 4 points there, Raptor. closing that jam down after that. Muscle Mommy not able to get through on that initial after that star pass. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. That pack running through there. Auntie Faye picking up, looks like 10 points, 11 points. That jam star pass there for Humboldt. Just moving right along, and that takes us into halftime. 139 All-Stars, 24 Humboldt Roller Derby. Make some noise for both of our teams. Now would be a good time to go and get yourself a beverage from the lobby or check out one of our vendors. We also have some awesome merch available as well if you haven't gotten yourself some awesome merch. There's only like 5 Clash shirts left. If you want one of those bad boys, you're going to need to get it now. Shocker Punch calling off the jam. Notice she wrote coming out of the penalty box, putting that pressure on, and we see a timeout being called.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
We are back for the second half of our final bout of the Cascadian Clash. Gorge All-Stars, 139, Humboldt, 24. Starting this jam off, we got Cloverkill on the line for Humboldt, Raptor on the line for Gorge. Right out of the box. On that left-hand side, just exiting the pack with some grace. Raptor grabbing that lead jam position, starting off this second half. Cloverkill looking for an opening. Looks like potentially looking for a star pass there. Cloverkill getting recycled back there. Big star pass there to Rotten Tula Core for Humboldt. Raptor putting 12 points on the board there for the All-Stars. Chakra Punch on the line for Humboldt. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Chakra taking a run to the top. Auntie Faye almost shoulder to shoulder. Looks like Chakra Punch grabbing that lead jam position. Chakra calling it off, not wanting to give any points away to Gorge. Nerder She Wrote on the line for Gorge, picking up a penalty in that jammer position. It's going to be a power jam situation for Muscle Mommy. Muscle Mommy getting around that inside line, managing to break free on that initial pass, grab that lead jam position. Muscle Mommy calling off that jam, picking up 3 points. Right up to the front, Fish Slap, or Demanda grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Otter Pop right on that inside line, managing to escape on that initial pass as well for Humboldt. Demanda up to the back of the pack with a big hit, going down and calling off the jam. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Fish Slap on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Fish Slap pushing through, picking up 4 points on that pass after picking up the lead jam position. Rotten to LaCour picking up a star pass there for Humboldt. Rotten trying to work their way up that outside line, managing to do so fairly consistently, but running into a lot of rotating blockers from Gorge. Pushing up to the top, getting that initial pass. Fish Slap through on a scoring pass, picking up 8 points, but it looks like Rotten to LaCour picking up a track cut. Be a power jam situation for Fish Slap, calling off that jam. Rolling Raptor up to the front, grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Rotten to LaCour hanging out in the penalty box after that last jam, picking up a penalty where Fish Slap called that jam off, locked them up in there. A big push up at the top. Rolling Raptor just getting through that pack. Starting to spread it out just a little too much there. Rotten to LaCour finding a gap right there in the middle of the pack, pushing through. Getting that initial pass, Raptor calling it off, putting 8 points on the board for Gorge Roller Derby. Auntie Faye up that inside line, making some quick action. Getting right up in there and grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Cloverkill trying to push in. Auntie Faye trying to run that inside line. Looks like penalty being issued there to one of Humboldt's blockers in that process. Cloverkill, though, looking for some help. We see a star pass for Humboldt going to Sprocket Rocket. Quick moving pack up through corner 1 and 2 off that whistle. Nerder she wrote on the line for the All-Stars. Sprocket Rocket in the penalty box for Humboldt starting off this jam. Nerder grabbing that lead jam position. Sprocket Rocket picking up a penalty. It looks like Nerder she wrote getting recycled back behind that pack. Sprocket was out and back in. Nerder still in that lead jam position. 4 points on the board, fighting for more here. Humboldt putting up some strong, solid defense at the top of that pack. That wall rotating nicely. Nerder running out of steam a little bit there. Sprocket Rocket out of the penalty box. A nice inside line dip, or outside line dip, managing to come through. Not put any points on the board, but forcing that call off. Timeout. Demanda on the line for Gorge. Chakra punch on the line for Humboldt. Getting out on that initial in front of Demanda. Demanda grabbing that lead jam position, but not making it out of the pack far enough to not get recycled in by that blocker from Humboldt. Humboldt forcing that call there. Nice power play. Fish slap pushing through the top, right shoulder to shoulder there with Otter Pop coming out of that pack. Fish slap in that lead jam position. We're going to get a little jammer on jammer action here, it looks like. That pack moving fast as well. Otter Pop making it up through the top. Fish slap trying to work away around the middle. Fish slap through, picking up 4 more points with 12 on the board right there. Otter Pop through for 4 in that last pass, looking for 4 more, and there they are. Face Spounder trying to shut that door down, but not able to. Fish slap putting 12 up. 16:30 left on the clock in this second period. 8 on the board for Humboldt in that last jam. Nice run straight to the top. Muscle Mommy running straight on that outside line and grabbing that lead jam position. Rolling Raptor for Gorge, not far behind, making that initial pass. Going to keep the pressure on Humboldt here, right here. And we see that Rolling Raptor get up to the back of the pack and Muscle Mommy calling off that jam. Three points on the board. 3 points on the board for Humboldt in that last pass. Gorge putting on 1. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Looks like Auntie Faye picking up a penalty. Looks like a track cut being issued there. That's going to be a power jam situation for Mad Plow Disease. Mad Plow Disease trying to work up through on that initial pass. Getting stuck on the outside of corner 1. That 3-wall from Gorge just rotating into every crack across the track. Auntie Faye out of the penalty box in that jammer position for Gorge. Mad Plow Disease getting knocked to that outside line once again, just fighting to get through corner 1 and 2 here as the Gorge defenders just pushing back and forth. Auntie Faye running up hard on that Humboldt wall, trying to get through it quick, manages to push it out, stretch it over, and get through it. Auntie Faye with a nice quick recycle there Mad Plow Disease also with a quick recycle, but now with that star in that hand, trying to make it a little bit easier to get through on that initial Auntie Faye through. Once again, for another scoring pass, picking up 4 points. Sprocket Rocket catching that star pass. Big hit there right at the end. We got a timeout being called by Gorge. 13 minutes left in this second half of our last bout of the Cascadian Clash. We can see right here on the replay. Oh, nope, just missed that clip. That big hit. But we got a team timeout once again for Gorge. We're hanging out. 216 Gorge, 38 Humboldt. Again, Gorge playing to place for third in the Cascadian Clash here this weekend. Sprocket Rocket starting this jam off, catching a penalty, it looks like, right at the end of that last jam. Nerder, she wrote, out there for Gorge, picking up that lead jam position right off that whistle start, basically. Nerder getting knocked to the outside. Humboldt getting pinned into that corner by the Gorge pack. Gorge, we see here, just kind of acting as a big net, trying to catch as many of those Humboldt skaters as they can and push them to one side of the track. Nerder making it through again on the inside corner there through 1 and 2. A big hit there. They're like Sprocket Rocket out of the penalty box with that star in the hand, going toe-to-toe with a bunch of those Gorge blockers, trying to cause a bit of ruckus and managing to do so. Sprocket getting recycled back behind Peach here. Nerder, she wrote, pushing through that pack one more time, picking up another 4 points. So much chaos going on there with Sprocket Rocket that Nerder just finding big wide openings on the track, being able to just stay out of vision, basically. Sprocket Rocket going down on the inside. That's not good. Kill that thing. Squish it. Sprocket trying to get a nice little inside line hop. Not able to get it clean. Nerder starting to get caught up. That wall from Humboldt starting to get effective there right towards the end of that jam, calling it off. Demanda on the line for Gorge. Demanda into the penalty box for Gorge. Humboldt showing some nice execution here in their defense, managing to push this out, now hanging back, trying to stretch this track. The pack situation out here so Cloverkill can get through. Cloverkill getting through, grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Just a little bit left in a power jam time for them. Cloverkill can manage to get through this pack. They're going to be able to push it out just a little bit longer. Demand out of the penalty box for Gorge. Cloverkill through for 4 on that last one, looking for 4 more right here. .835 left on the clock. Fish slap on the line for Gorge. Chakra punch on the line for Humboldt. Fish slap getting out and grabbing that lead jam position early. Chakra punch looking for some room. Finding a wall of black there up at the top, though, of Gorge, trying to keep them from getting around that outside line. Chakra managing to push it over. Getting through on that initial pass. Fish slap through for 4. Fish slap getting through, picking up 4 more there in that last pass. .725 left on the clock. 46-245. Humboldt at 46. Gorge at 245. Some big pushes right there. Otter Pop heading right out to the top, grabbing that lead jam position for Humboldt. Rolling Raptor making that initial pass for Gorge. Otter Pop getting knocked to the inside and calling it off, not wanting to give any points away. Muscle Mommy on the line for Humboldt. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Auntie Faye running right out of that pack, grabbing that lead jam position really quick. Yeah, it's the way that it's happening. It has something to do with the way it's happening. It's not just because he's going out of bounds, it's because they're not like trying to cycle him out. Also, if they go out of bounds, those are going to be good. Mad Plow Disease on the line for Humboldt. Nerder, she wrote, on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Nerder grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Mad Plow in the back, looking for some room. Finding a very, very difficult wall to get through, looking for help for them from their pack to get through with that star in their hand to help them get through with just a little bit of confusion sometimes, making the difference. Nerder around that outside line there in that last pass, picking up 4 points. Finding a little bit of stubbornness there on that outside wall, but managing to slip over to the inside and get through for 4 more. Nerder moving with that pack as it started to pick up speed and called off that jam, picking up 8 points in total, 3:25 on the clock. All Stars 262, Humboldt 48. Demanda around the outside, getting knocked out by Humboldt's defenders there. Not able to get a clean line to that lead jam position and definitely getting slowed down by those Humboldt blockers. Cloverkill grabbing that lead jam position for a Humboldt and all of that movement there. Cloverkill calling off the jam. 2:20 left on the clock. 262 Gorge, 48 Humboldt. Fish slap on the line for Gorge, running out and grabbing that lead jam position. Chakra punch, looking to take that same line by getting caught up in a little bit of that wall of black from Gorge. Chakra is still trying to work away around that inside line, not able to do so. Fish slap, picking up a penalty, making it a power jam for Chakra punch. Chakra punch looking for the opening right there, trying to make something happen. Still just getting stuck behind that pack, getting a lot of help from their pack out there right now. Humboldt doing as much floor work as they can. Now trying to spread it out and let that pack open up. Chakra taking full advantage of an opening there from the inside of that track, but not able to execute. Getting sucked back in on a recycle. Fish slap. Pushing around the outside, picking up 4 points after coming out of that penalty box. Down to the bittery end there. All Stars putting 11 points on the board. Fish slap managing to run it out. Humboldt 48, Gorge Roller Derby 237. Don't go anywhere though. We are going to have our award ceremony in just about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. We'll be doing our awards. We got lots of stuff to give away, lots of stuff to tell you about, and lots of thank yous to say. We also will have MVPs here in just a moment as well. Shocker Punch calling off the jam. Notice she wrote coming out of the penalty box, putting that pressure on, and we see a timeout being called. Starting this jam off hot right onto that front position. Demanda grabbing that lead jam. Big hard hit there. Right out to the front. Auntie Faye grabbing that lead jam. They're going outside to take group photo. It's okay. Totally normal when you're at the best, derby venue with one of the best views. And I'm going to say the world. We're going to go with the world. Until somebody can put one of these on top of the mountaintops, like in the middle of Switzerland, where it just is like, holy, how'd we even get here? We obviously own one of those cool, what are those helicopters called with the four, you know what I'm talking about, right? The ones that hover up and down but have the four rotors. Like some Marvel stuff. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about superheroes. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to have our awards ceremony in just a moment. We got